collective West, a derogatory term normally aimed at America and Europe. The second put down is the Anglo-Saxons. That's when Moscow rails collectively against the US and the UK. At least, this is how it was for several years. But in recent weeks, I've been hearing and reading these phrases less and less. Perhaps that's not so surprising, though. After all, with Donald Trump in the White House, labels like collective West no longer seem to apply. Instead, Russian state TV's flagship news show kicked off recently with a big strap across the screen declaring America's doing things differently. As it turns out, very differently. A few days ago, we saw the United States voting with Russia, North Korea and Belarus against a UN resolution that identified Russia as the aggressor in Russia's war in Ukraine. Now the Trump administration has paused military aid to Kiev. By contrast, US-Russia relations are on the up. There have been discussions between Moscow and Washington on repairing diplomatic ties and talk of future economic cooperation. This week, one Russian newspaper described America as Russia's partner. It's just one word, but it represents a sea change. Not so long ago, Joe Biden was calling Russia the aggressor, and its president, Vladimir Putin, a murderous dictator. Last weekend, I heard something in the news here that brought home to me just how much things have turned around. The Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, went on TV and declared that America's new foreign policy configurations are largely aligned with Russia's. America and Russia, seeing the world through similar eyes? So where does that leave Europe? Potentially quite exposed, and certainly receiving most of the abuse. Let me bring you up to date with Russia's new set of labels. European countries that support Ukraine are described here as the old world. European leaders who back President Zelensky are referred to as the party of war, or the liberal globalists. Russian is a rich, colourful language, and I'm sure many more labels will be hatched soon. But there's one other thing that I've noticed. When Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016, some headlines in Russia referred to him as our Donald. Not this time. There's a little bit more caution here, just in case things don't work out, and what looks like being the start of a beautiful friendship turns sour.
The BBC's Russia editor Steve Rosenberg reporting from Moscow there. Don't forget the live page, all the details on the war in Ukraine and the ongoing diplomatic efforts to try to end it. Just do a search on BBC News.
Broadcasting across Cayman on 103.1. Retune your FM radio now to our new frequency of 103.1. This is Bobo 103.1. The following commercial messages are brought to you exclusively by Stingray Media.
With you in mind, we have your style. Find what you need down every aisle. You want saving, selection, and quality. That's why we're your home store. Home store. The way to make a home. The way to make a home.
Ready to elevate HR for your team? Cayman HR has you covered. Let us streamline your people processes so you can focus on growing your business. As gold partner for top HR software Bamboo HR, we now offer an integrated payroll solution, KPay. Designed specifically for the Cayman Islands, we can simplify your payroll and save you precious time. With KPay and Bamboo HR, managing your team has never been easier. Visit caymanhr.com to learn more today. Cayman HR. When it comes to people, we've got your back.
When it comes to cooking for my family, I turn to Kirk Market for all our nutritional needs. Whether whipping up a quick stir fry with lean CAB choice beef or preparing a healthy weekend dinner with fresh local snapper, Kirk Market always has exactly what I need. At Kirk Market, I find premium proteins that keep my family healthy, energetic, and always coming back for seconds. Visit Kirk Market today. Bring home the quality and freshness your family deserves. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and experience a world of choice.
Looking for TVs, electronics, sound systems, speakers, gaming consoles, games, and smart home gadgets? Shop Cost You Less.
Looking for housewares, small appliances, fans, mini fridges, and cooling? Shop Cost You Less.
Looking for baby supplies, toys and games, pet supplies, cleaning supplies, and auto supplies? Shop Cost You Less.
Looking for quality produce, grass-fed meats, and groceries? You guessed it. Shop Cost You Less.
Cost You Less is your destination for everything you need on island. Cost You Less. Everyday low prices on items that matter to you.
Hello, pet parents. We're K-Man Vets, K-Man's most advanced veterinary clinic providing quality care and services. We are committed to being your pet's advocate and friend, offering a lifetime of care. From vaccinations and wellness checks to more advanced surgical procedures, complicated medical concerns, and emergency care on demand. For more information about us or to get in touch, please visit kmanvets.com. K-Man Vets, where compassion meets excellence.
At Priced Right, spending less on everyday products is easy.
Spend less on office supplies, tools, and automotive products.
Spend less on groceries, fresh produce, and meat.
Spend less on electronics, TVs, and speakers.
Spend less on home furnishings, beauty products, and apparel.
At Priced Right, we believe you can live better for less.
To start saving, visit us at the Airport Center in Georgetown or at Republic's Plaza in West Bay.
For more info, visit pricedright.ky. Live better for less at Priced Right.
The views and opinions expressed on Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio do not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Stingray Media, its staff, or contributors. Callers to the program accept full responsibility for the views expressed. The show host and affiliates are not liable for any statements made or any harm claimed. All callers to the program indemnify Straight Talk from all claims. Offensive, defamatory, or unlawful content will not be tolerated. Be a part of the conversation by calling 745-2626. Now, here's Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio on Bobo 103.1.
And hello, K-Man. I'm your host, Austin Harris.
And I'm Ellio Solomon, and welcome to Straight Talk here again on Thursday, Bobo FM 103.1.
On your radio dial.
On your radio dial.
That's right. The phone lines are open at 745-2626. We are simulcasting live on your radio dial at 103.1, but also simulcasting on YouTube and on Instagram vis-a-vis the Rec Room 345. The phone lines will be open throughout the course of today's show, but if talking isn't your thing, you can also send us a voice note via WhatsApp by dialing 928-2562 or sending us a traditional WhatsApp text message. Before we get going, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, Austin. Very occupied today, busy doing a lot of administrative stuff. So, if my mind seemed and seems like it's a little bit out of here, it probably is.
Probably is. Well, it's all right. We're gonna focus that mind in just a few moments, really quickly.
Absolutely.
But that's a sharp haircut. That's
thank you.
Really sharp haircut. I like it.
My brothers and I, we used to always have the tease. If one cut their hair and we saw him, we said, "Hey, how come you cut your hair and didn't check your brother?" So I'm sorry I didn't check you.
No.
Because I know you want to look just as sharp.
Of course.
It's not one-upmanship now, I guarantee you.
But, as I've always said before, I'll say it again, sometimes, I think you and I share a brain because I literally, I did think of it this morning.
Yeah.
But because I knew I had so much to do likewise, particularly in preparation for this program tonight, that I said, you know what?
Priorities.
I got to have study time. And, a trip to the barbershop is never a short, exercise.
No. Yeah.
It's always an hour plus, easy.
Absolutely. And great minds think alike, Austin.
Great minds think alike.
Don't worry. Tomorrow you can get your
Maybe tomorrow. That's a sharp, I like that, high and tight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Good military haircut. That's right, baby. That's right.
I feel you blowing on me, Austin.
That looks good, man. That looks good. Well, to members of the listening audience, we have another fantastic show.
With an awesome guy.
With an awesome guy scheduled for today. If you've been following us, certainly on social media, Instagram and Facebook, you will know who our guest is. And certainly if you are following us via our simulcast, you can even see his handsome face on the video monitor as we speak.
Yeah.
But our guest is the President Director of HR for Doctors Hospital. He is also the former Director of the Department of Labor and Pensions and a previous consultant with Premier Consultant Group. He is a graduate of the University of Tennessee with an MBA in Management and Finance, and my alma mater, the University of Miami, with a degree in International Finance, Marketing, and Public Affairs. It is our pleasure to welcome in studios to help us engage in an in-depth conversation of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 White Paper. It is our pleasure to welcome our guest, Mr. Mario Ebanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Austin, Mr. Ellio. It's really good to be here. Being in the company of you gentlemen, upstanding Caymanians, former members of Parliament, and very, very competent in your craft, and also good public servants. It's really good to be here to talk about issues, because a lot of times in Cayman we don't have those conversations, and that's in a high-level intellectual debate and discussion. And so even in election season, it's a lot of it, as you know, is rhetoric, and it's a lot of one-upmanship and tactics, but the actual issues don't really get discussed. Right. And sometimes people like ourselves, because we are that way, we are policy wonks, we like to talk about solutions and issues deep down. We may sometimes get discounted as boring because we're talking about what we need to talk about, the big picture stuff, you know. So listening to you gentlemen in this show, Straight Talk, for the last several weeks, it is really like a must do, or must listen to every day, because every day is something interesting that is being discussed, and you guys are not just talking about it and listening and going along, but you challenging your guests, you challenging your callers, and you're engaging in conversation that makes a stronger country.
Yeah,
so it's a good...
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ebanks. I greatly appreciate it. And I have definitely had the pleasure of knowing you for years. I know you as a consummate professional, as they say. And we appreciate all the things that you do. And we appreciate you definitely taking the time out to discuss here an issue that many would consider to be controversial. I mean, after all, anything that in relation to immigration, I think that's kind of the category that it falls in. I don't know if I think my colleague is going to kick it off today.
Yes, I certainly will try. I suggest that we, because the white paper is very comprehensive in many cases. It touches on 3 specific areas: changes to the term limits, changes specifically to the change of employer status as it relates to work permit holders, and then, of course, it deals with the whole qualification period for the right to be Caymanian, along with a few definition changes and wording changes from the principal law, which is the Immigration Transition Act 2022. I would recommend that we start off with the term limits and the change of employer, because they are more directly workforce development related. And certainly if time permits, then we should move on to the whole right to be Caymanian, because likewise, whilst that does deal with workforce development as well, by, of course, making persons Caymanian and thereby removing the work permit requirements, certainly many would say that too, is central to the whole Cayman employment subject. It's a bit more broader, as outlined in the white paper, so if we get the time to go there, then we will go there. But let's hit the ball running with the context of this white paper, which is outlined in the beginning of the white paper document, page 5, and it reads very briefly: the Cayman Islands, like other developed nations, faces a range of migration challenges. These include people relocating for economic opportunities, education, family reunification, or to escape conflicts or human rights violations. These global trends highlight the importance of a responsive and adaptive immigration framework. Global immigration plays a significant role in shaping the economic, social, and cultural landscapes of many nations. For the Cayman Islands, with a national population of approximately 85,000 and an expatriate community making up over 60%, immigration has been an integral part of the island's socio-economic framework. The expatriate population has made important contributions to economic growth, particularly in key industries such as finance, tourism, and construction. At the same time, immigration presents certain challenges that require thoughtful consideration to ensure the long-term sustainability of the island's infrastructure, social harmony, and national identity. The significant size of the expatriate community in relation to the local population can present challenges for social integration, potentially leading to misunderstandings or tensions between Caymanians and expatriates. Additionally, a heavy reliance on a large expatriate workforce can make the islands more susceptible to economic fluctuations and changes in global migration trends. To ensure long-term sustainability, it is important, therefore, to thoughtfully manage immigration so that the growth of the expatriate population aligns with the country's capacity to provide essential services. So this is the basis upon which the ministers and the cabinet sought to make amendments to the Immigration Transition Act 2022. And if we begin with the first clause or first amendments, that is, of course, to amend the term limits. Clause 13 seeks to amend 36 in the Principal Act regarding the eligibility of persons seeking to reside permanently in the Cayman Islands, or in other words, to extend the term limit extension period. Now, just very quickly, I can read what currently exists in Section 36, which says categories for permanent residence. 36.1, the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board and the Director of Work may grant the right to permanently reside in the Cayman Islands to the following non-Caymanian applicants. And it goes on, 36.1a, persons including their spouses, civil partners who have been legally and ordinarily resident for a minimum of 8 years. And the primary change in this section, Section 36, will be simply to replace 8 years with 9 years. Now, again, it seems pretty straightforward that it just simply gives the work permit holder an extra year to meet the suitability requirements as outlined in the process of permanent resident application, which, of course, as you know, is highly dependent on the point system, which has been determined by cabinet, and persons scoring 110 or above on that point system are the ones who are identified as suitable. And some of the requirements include things like owning property, your own home, etc., having, of course, the financial means, etc., etc. But also they're handled on, Cayman culture and, how many, things they know about the island as well. So there's certainly a history exam, if you will, included in it. From your perspective as obviously a workforce development, professional, this to me seems like it would be a welcome change for the work permit holder.
Yeah. Now, thank you, Austin. Now, you in particular have, the two of you former members of parliament, you in particular have actually been closer to this whole reform of immigration. When you were parliamentary secretary, there was the restructuring of the Department of Immigration to separate into work and to Customs and Border Control.
Yes.
Part of the immigration law going to border control, part going to work. And so you and I had some discussions about that. And I was actually, as you can remember, I was actually heavily promoting and advocating for this Vision 2008 Human Resources Authority concept,
I remember.
where we actually do it proper. And I think your point, and probably rightly so, is that we want to bite off and take bite-sized pieces, not go for the whole utopic, probably correct approach first. Let's just do the work thing first, separate it, and then eventually get to where it should be.
Politicians like the phrase low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
That certainly was an opportunity in which to address what we thought were the issues most pressing for people, in the market, in the job market.
Yeah.
How do we, address them in a timely way?
Yeah. And I don't want to blow any more smoke, because, but I think had you been able to continue that work and COVID hadn't come in and stopped a lot of things, we could have probably been a lot further ahead.
No, I fully agree with you. The plans were comprehensive. Certainly, I think we did achieve success in the separation, certainly in terms of, better management time, better use of personnel, greater efficiencies for persons who utilize the public services, largely the expatriate population, but certainly Caymanians as well use immigration for a variety of things. I was disappointed. I think the big major concern for the business community was the work permit application process was too bureaucratic. It took too much time. We sought to obviously change that by introducing technology. But as I've explained to Ellio and members of the public, in government, you can't just go and buy off-the-shelf, programming and plug it in for your needs. There's many various management softwares that you could use.
Yeah.
But because we're dealing with things such as personal information, government is different from the private sector. It has to go and write proprietary software. So by using technology in the hopes of streamlining that work permit application process, was wrought with problems. I'll be the first to admit that the first phase of that implementation plan did not work. It just wasn't user friendly.
Right.
But I still believe in the concept, and I think I'm grateful that the present Ministry of Immigration, or whatever they're calling themselves now, certainly are pursuing that revised internet interface between the business community and, of course, the immigration department.
Yeah, and likewise, Ellio, when he was there with things like designating certain jobs for Caymanians only, and talking about the need to look at this whole big picture and get it right. I mean, so both of you guys were trailblazers in this very, very important issue. I mean, Cayman is a exporter of labor, of services. So immigration, work permits, being able to facilitate businesses but also protect Caymanians is critical. So in getting back to your question, I wonder if I could just also, for those people who are listening that mightn't know what the white paper is all about or what it contains, if I could quickly just run down some of the key proposed changes, which is a quick list that I found very helpful. It was in the Caymanian Compass, or Cayman Compass. It's a good Caymanian, but Cayman Compass of 7th to the 13th of February. So key proposed changes that's contained in this white paper on Immigration Transition Act 2022 is renaming the legislation to Caymanian Protection Act. 2, increasing term limits from 9 years to 10 years. 3, increasing earliest eligibility to apply for permanent residency under the point systems from 8 years to 9 years. Creating formal categories of Caymanians. Making a path to status through permanent residency and naturalization 20 years from the current 15 years. Prohibiting work permit holders from changing employers by requiring them to leave Cayman for a year, returning to take up a new job. The next thing is curtailing the RERC, or residency and employment rights holders of a spouse of a Caymanian, to 7 years renewable, and currently there's no expiration for that. The next key proposed change was curtailing RERC holders of a spouse of a PR holder to 10 years renewable. Currently, there's no expiration for that. Introducing a certificate for farmers valid in 2 5-year installments, effectively extending the term limit of farm workers to 20 years. There's also a provision for changes in fees and fines, and reintroducing the newspaper advertising for work permit applications. So those are just the kind of key proposed changes, a quick list taken from that Compass article. So I thought it would be useful for listeners who may not know or have seen that to just get an overview of what the white paper is all about. Now, what I found to be interesting, before I get to your question, because I haven't forgot your question, is that the government, the existing government, despite the issue of immigration, labor, training being so important and such a political hot potato, would not try to do something about it much earlier in this term, this 4 years. So they put out this white paper at the 11th hour of their legislative term, with a deadline of the 3rd, which was this Monday, for feedback. And they have not been in the discussions, no kind of, I think there's been a survey, you can put in your comments, I believe, online. The Chamber of Commerce did a survey. But there's not a discussion on this very important topic. So you guys having this discussion, I believe, is a great public service, because we'll hopefully get we'll be able to drill down, as you said in your opening, drill down on some of the key points. So getting to your question about moving from 8 years to 9 years.
If I could just jump in really quickly, I mean, the whole idea that it's going to be the third, that the public would have had a chance to be able to submit their suggestions, and you're quite right, in my humble opinion as well, I join chorus with you that it hasn't necessarily been a lot of public discussion. I would imagine that even if now you were to continue, considering that Parliament has been dissolved, there should be an additional period of time for the public to be able to make their input, right? Even though the deadline was the 3rd.
It should be, but I don't know why the date of the 3rd, because these kind of changes cannot be done by regulations, as you all know. As you all rightly know, regulation can be done by cabinet unless there's an assent provision that has to go to the House. But these changes that are proposed by paper are not regulation changes. I think these are substantive.
Legislative changes.
Right.
In which case, which case I would say that, I mean, I would still imagine that the public would be invited to go ahead and continue to make their comments, because it would be the incoming government that would have to deal with it on a parliamentary level.
Yeah. So I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be till to the end of March or even later, because it's still very relevant.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
And whoever comes in, the new government will have something that they can work with.
So I'm going to echo my colleague's question.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try to do it in a way that just really laymanizes it, right? I want to make sure it doesn't go over anybody's head. You know, I remember Austin and I think, were actually on the talk show together way back when we would have had Mr. O.C. or Ed Connor at the time, who would have been head of immigration. And I remember the talk about the role of a policy actually being introduced. And at that point in time, it was 7 years.
Right.
And it seems now like somehow we've been sneaking and we're already up to 9. And I'm pretty sure there's members of the public that goes, I thought it was 7. I didn't realize it had reached 9.
Yes.
And now there's a proposal for what? An additional year?
Right.
Yeah. And I think if persons hearing that, you're going to have at least one. I think my colleague mentioned that the permit holders, for sure, they're going to welcome it. But you get the flip side of that, and persons are saying, why are you giving them much longer? And it seems as if we're trying to accommodate them to make sure that they have a chance to stay in the country permanently. Speak to it, Mr. Mario.
Valuable comments, I thought. Valuable remark.
Yeah, it is a very hot issue. What currently obtains is that you have, you're working, you're working, and you feel like you want to stay for a long term. So once you hit your year 8, once you get into year 8, then you begin your process of preparing your application for your PR, which you have to submit within that year, right? And then the reason why they put it that way was that there was some magical 10-year limit that they said if you go beyond 10 years, you run the risk of folks being eligible to claim the right to stay on the island.
Yeah,
right?
the statement specifically, as I recall it, was the UK saying that anyone who stays in your country 10 years or more must be given right to tenure. And the challenge of it is which is why all this gets interesting, is because it was required a 1-year break to absolutely ensure that nobody got to that 10-year period, or they would have to be given right to tenure. Yeah. And it was also a case of what sort of time frame can you do that? How close can you carry them to 10 years before giving them that break? Correct. And this is where the comfortable number was 7. Yeah. And I remember, again, this would have been persons like it's Ms. Sherry Cohen talking about, 8, 9 years is all this is just getting a little bit too risky.
Sure.
But I interject.
No, that's a good point, because I'm not sure if you gentlemen ever saw anything, but I still have, I'm to find anything that absolutely says that we have to give somebody the right to stay on 10 years. I have seen some, and I have some here in my bundle of papers today, some Bermuda rulings based on the European Court of Human Rights, where Bermuda has actually gone there and challenged the court and were told that they can really do what they want to do within that framework, where they don't have to go along with this, right? And Alex, I have the papers here with me. It's very complex matters. We can talk about it maybe another time, because it's probably another show.
Yeah.
But they threw out, let me just get very political here.
Please.
Don't shy away. Don't shy away. Yeah.
There's a certain freedom when neither of us are running for office looking in about his vote. There's a certain freedom that comes with that, so please get it off your chest.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that license.
Yes.
Now, after the Caymanian status fiasco of 2003, 2004 by the then UDP government, right? There was, after that all settled down, there was this attempt to kind of pacify the situation and say, let's put in place something where we will never let this happen again. So let's put in place these belts and braces, right? So then they went to this thing of progressive rights and trying to put in place this rollover policy. So we wouldn't have people being here for 20, 25 years in the future, so that they'll have that right to demand Caymanian status, right? So, but then, and you mentioned Ms. Sherry Borden-Cohen, who's a wonderful, intelligent young lady, a lady who was still young too, who was she would like that. Oh yeah,
she appreciates that.
Who was very much in the thick of things with this whole thing with the government at that time, trying to work out some system, right? And they were talking about, well, let's make it 7 years, because then you do the rollover, or you go into the progressive rights of getting applying for PR, and it shouldn't take any more than that 10 years to be able to get through that process. As you mentioned.
Yeah.
But then, because of business community pressure and lack of government policy, it was extended to that other the 8 years, and to give people more time before that 8 years is up, you got to submit your PR application. The thought was that within that 9 years, it would be processed, and if it's appealed, it'll appeal before the end of the 10th year, and then you're either go or whatever.
Staying or going.
Right?
Staying or going.
That was the kind of time frame they were working on. But it hasn't worked that way in practice.
Right.
Because the whole Caymanian Stars and PR board are all volunteers. They're very busy, very complicated. In some cases, they're not guided by proper government policy or directives. So they're sometimes spinning top in mud, as they say. And then you get into the appeal process. Again, you got volunteers, you got lawyers involved, you got other issues of life coming up. So that's delayed. So it becomes a perfect storm, really. So right now, we're probably still very exposed by people who have been here more than 10 years, and they're waiting to see what happens.
Waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And make it, what's even worse is that you have public servants who are in the civil service or the public sector. They're not subject to the rollover policy. So they're gone 15, 20, some longer than that. What's going to happen to them? Yeah. If you and I in the private sector are exposed to being able to have that right to be Caymanian, don't you think that those same persons or individuals in the public sector, they have that right as well? So this whole thing is really a perfect storm that nobody has actually taken ownership. You guys tried when you were there, and there's some others who tried, but for some reason, immigration is a big discussion topic at elections and whatnot, but when people get elected, they don't really make the time to do it.
Mario, sorry, I have to interrupt because we have 13 seconds to go. Obviously, we both feel that the immigration law continues to be watered down, but we do need a pause. Check in with the BBC News. Let's keep it locked. There'll be more Straight Talk right here on Bobo FM.
The BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
The BBC World Service makes programs with a uniquely global perspective.
Enlighten us. Where do we start?
The latest world news and current affairs.
The very best in global arts and culture.
What has been happening on the financial markets today.
Social issues, political stories.
Everything was there in a way that I never heard before.
The BBC World Service.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
Welcome to our newsroom here in central London. We place ourselves here at a little desk right in the thick of things.
OS from the BBC.
We can catch the very latest news from our colleagues, not just in this enormous room, but also from our colleagues around the world.
I'm in the room where they're treating children.
This is a combat zone.
The situation after the typhoon is very complicated.
It was a very tense situation.
OS from the BBC.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
BBC News.
BBC News.
World news from the BBC. Violent clashes.
Thick black smoke.
A tremendous legal victory.
Crucial elections.
Destructive wind.
A search and recovery operation.
A race against time.
An imminent threat. Flying a drone over a rival team's training session.
Whatever is happening, wherever it's happening, catch up with the latest news bulletins from the BBC.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
For business, they say location, location, location. But really, there's no better location than right here, right now on your mobile phone or laptop. Buy and sell your pre-owned gear where the island is searching online. Buy and sell on ektrade.com. That's ektrade.com.
Across Cayman on 103.1 FM, online, and on your smart speaker. Powered by Health Services Authority. The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo 103.1.
Hello, I'm Eileen McHugh with the BBC News. In his first audio message since being hospitalised, Pope Francis thanked those praying for his recovery. He's been in hospital for nearly 3 weeks with double pneumonia. Sarah Rainsford is in St. Peter's Square in Rome.
It was a very, very short message, just 22 seconds that the Pope managed to record today. It simply said, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your prayers for my health." And the Pope said to the people who were gathered here that he was with them, he accompanies them. His voice, though, was really very, very weak. I think people will be worried to hear him still struggling for breath 3 weeks after he was taken into hospital. It will have been a huge surprise. No one, I don't think, here on the square would have known that that message was coming. And we saw a round of applause from the people here who had come to pray and then heard this message from the Pope.
President Trump has suspended most of the tariffs he imposed on Mexico and some on Canada a day after they came into effect. The month-long pause is for goods that comply with a free trade agreement he signed in 2018.
I spoke to the president of Mexico, a wonderful woman, today, and we helped them out with the problem they were having to do with the tariffs, short-term tariffs. And we had a very good conversation. Also, we discussed drugs, and they've been working much harder lately. Do you notice that? On people coming in and drugs, and we've made tremendous progress on both.
Canada said it was delaying its second wave of retaliatory tariffs in response. European Union leaders have rallied around Ukraine and agreed to bolster the bloc's defences at a crisis summit in Brussels. They said both Russia and its ally Belarus posed a threat and the EU's eastern border was especially in need of defence. Nick Beak reports from Brussels.
Less than a week ago, President Zelensky was publicly castigated in the Oval Office before being unceremoniously ejected from the White House. His welcome today by EU leaders was a world away from that. Volodymyr Zelensky thanked Europe for those words and actions too, and promised Ukraine would repay that support by helping to bolster the security of the whole continent. Hungary's Viktor Orban, with his Putin sympathies, could yet dent the united front being presented. In the run-up to this emergency summit, he warned that he could not sign off any statement vowing support for Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Nick Beak reporting from Brussels. Syrian forces loyal to the new Islamist government in Damascus have fought with remnants of the ousted Assad regime in the coastal province of Latakia. State TV says 13 soldiers were killed in heavy fighting around Jabla, near a Russian-controlled airbase. This is the latest world news from the BBC. Hamas has warned that any Israeli military escalation in Gaza will probably lead to the killing of some hostages. A spokesman said Israeli threats of war and blockade would not secure further releases, but he said the group was still committed to abiding by the ceasefire. Switzerland has, at the last minute, cancelled an international conference on the Geneva Conventions and their significance for the Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza. The UN General Assembly had mandated Switzerland to hold the conference this Friday. Imogen Foulkes reports.
The cancellation reveals deep divisions. 196 parties have ratified the Geneva Conventions. Now they can't even agree to discuss their importance. Israel rejects any suggestion it is violating international law in Gaza. The Geneva Conventions prohibit forced displacement, denial of basics like food and water, or disproportionate attacks on civilians. Palestinian diplomats were reportedly unhappy a draft declaration was not more specific about possible violations in Gaza.
President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, has praised Egypt for its Gaza plan presented at this week's Arab League summit in Cairo. He described the $53 billion proposal to rebuild Gaza under a technocratic administration before holding elections as a good faith's first step. Mr. Witkoff did not endorse the plan. A lunar lander built by a private US firm has touched down on the moon, but the CEO of the intuitive machine says it's not positioned at the correct altitude. Steve Altimus said this could limit the mission due to suboptimal power generation. NASA says the six-legged device is sending back data. The Athena lander is carrying 3 rovers and a hopping drone to investigate a crater that never sees sunlight. That's the BBC World News.
The views and opinions expressed on Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio do not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Stingray Media, its staff, or contributors. Callers to the program accept full responsibility for the views expressed. The show host and affiliates are not liable for any statements made or any harm claimed. All callers to the program indemnify Straight Talk from all claims. Offensive, defamatory, or unlawful content will not be tolerated. Be a part of the conversation by calling 745-2626. Now, here's Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio on Bobo 103.1.
And welcome back, K-Man. I'm your host, Austin Harris.
And I'm Ellio Solomon, and welcome back to Straight Talk, Bobo FM on your radio dial 103.1.
The phone lines are open at 745-2626 as we engage with our guest in studios, Mr. Mario Ebanks, as we take a closer examination of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 white paper proposed by the current UPM administration. If talking isn't your thing, you can reach out to us via WhatsApp, either by sending us a WhatsApp voice note by dialing 928-2562, or of course just sending us a traditional WhatsApp message, and we will read your views and your opinions. We are simulcasting live, both on your radio dial at 103.1 FM, reminding our audiences again to make sure to make a note of that. We are changing our frequency from 89.1 to 103.1, whilst you still can access us on both platforms or both frequencies for at least the next 30 days. Come April, 89 will disappear and 103 will be the only way to reach us. So again, a quick reminder to make those changes on your radio dial so that you never miss us when you get in your car. No calls on the line, but I do see at least one voice note on WhatsApp. We want to give our listeners an opportunity here
to participate.
Let's see. It might be a little lengthy, but we're going to see what we can use. Let's go to the WhatsApp voice note.
Ellio and Austin, and also Mario. I think that this topic of immigration is a wonderful topic to be discussing at this time. And I believe that there are a lot of things that should be taken into consideration when it comes down to granting permanent residency and ultimately citizenship for the Cayman Islands. Now, there are people that have not been able to acquire employment in the private sector that went over to government. I'm talking about expats that went over to government, and the government hired them. And I know from personal experience that there was one particular individual that was working in the health services industry at the hospital as a supervisor. And I was in that same department. That individual abused their own people. Do you hear what I tell you? It was a Jamaican, and she abused her own staff there so severely that I had to step in. She had no use for Caymanians. She didn't like them at all. And she did everything within her power against Caymanians. I remember there was one girl that was working, and she wanted to be moved over to a day shift instead of a night shift because her child was in jeopardy. There was somebody in the family that must have been a pedophile, okay? And this woman wanted to protect her daughter. She begged to get on the day shift so that she could take care of her child. The child wound up getting raped and abused by this man. And this man that was in the family, I don't know if it was an in-law or something, but the woman's child ended up getting raped and abused by this pedophile. Okay, and it could have been avoided if this woman was allowed to have her schedule changed so that she could take care of her child. No, she didn't want to do it. This supervisor that was a foreigner, a Jamaican lady, I have nothing against them because there's some good Jamaicans. But this was a devil that came out of Jamaica, okay?
All right. Well, we want to thank that caller and for listener for those comments. Obviously, we're very detailed in specific instances, whilst obviously I think they are important as well. I think today we're trying to capture the broader context.
The macro perspective.
The macro perspective, indeed. So we're going back to certainly the question of, do you think this extension from 8 years to 9 years is a good thing or a bad thing for the island in terms of workplace development, workforce development?
Well, if I could, I don't want to put you too much to the spot necessarily to say whether you want to say whether it's good or bad, but I think that there are definitely concerns from, you got two general groups, right? You've got the persons who are going to benefit from that extension, and then you got a lot of locals that will clearly take the position to say, if you're allowing that, it would definitely on the surface appear that the government is doing what they can to accommodate it so that persons have a better chance to becoming a permanent resident. So how do you speak to both of those? I mean, the person who's going to benefit and the locals, many of the locals who will perceive it as something that is not necessarily in Cayman's favor.
Yeah. I want to give a disclaimer before I continue. Even though you introduced me, Austin as Director of HR for Doctors Hospital, a wonderful employer, but I'm here today in my personal capacity as a HR professional and as a public policy commentator. So I don't want doctors to be in any way impacted, or I'm not speaking for Doctors
Your
Hospital.
opinion is not theirs. Yeah.
My opinion is my opinion. I'm here in my personal capacity.
Indeed. Can I encourage you just to stick a pen? We got a caller on the line. We want to give this caller an opportunity, and then we can respond. Oh, didn't decide to stick around.
Right.
Please go ahead, Mr. Mario.
Thank you. So to your question and to Ellio's question about this extension of the term limit requirements, right, from 8 to 9 years. Now, in a perfect world, where the systems were all working, you were not depending on volunteers, your computer systems were cutting edge, and your timelines and your project management methodologies were perfect, this could work. But what I made the notes that I made when I was going through the white paper was that this would create a backlog and a chronic time extension. So what will happen is that it seems to me it could almost be by design why they're adding this year in, so that you will have a situation where people will have no choice but to go beyond that 10 years or 11 years, and thereby by default have the right to get the belongership or right to stay. So I think that it's dangerous from a nation building point of view to have this extension at this time without the proper systems, people, and IT and regulation, because otherwise we're gonna have that accumulation of people waiting and get, because of deferrals and delays and whatnot in the system, you're going to go into many years beyond year 10.
Into overtime. So it would be fair then to capture what you're saying succinctly, that unless a government is going to be changing the present infrastructure / resources,
yes,
it will lead into overtime beyond 10 years, and you're pretty much guaranteeing that you're going to have an increase in persons that are going to be able to apply for permanent residence or get permanent residence.
Yes. You all might remember we had Mr. David Rich when he was chairman of the board, and maybe before that, he was chairman of the government at that time, and I believe it may have been the national team government, or it may have been the Mr. Norman and Mr. Benson government before that, that created this wonderful committee to review immigration and put together a plan. And they had and I think I might have been in government then as a civil servant. And it was the most impressive committee that could have been assembled. They had 1 or 2 meetings I think the second meeting, they got stuck on the definition of Caymanian, and that was the end of it, right? Then you had Vision 2008 that took place around 1996, 97, and it was 1998, 2008 was a 10-year plan. They had in that Vision 2008 strategic plan, they had a strategy dealing with human resources authority and talking about how to reform immigration. That was a wonderful report, was published. I have it here with me as well. But it really didn't go anywhere because it wasn't the commitment to it. So that tells me that there's no commitment to really comprehensive immigration reform and supporting it with, as you mentioned, Ellio, because you know about IT and infrastructure, giving it the infrastructure, giving it the human resource support, giving it the encouragement that it needs to get their work done. Because some of these departments are run by some very good people. Some people that need some retraining and retooling and behavior adjustment, but some good people, but they don't have enough good people and a system to support them, and they're expected to do a mammoth task with a shoestring budget or shoestring resources. And immigration and population control and sustainable development of our islands is critical. And if you don't have immigration right, a lot of things can go deadly wrong.
I recall an individual, I think this person might have been in the government at the time, I'm not 100% sure, but I think he was. And there was a question coming to me, saying, I'm thinking about possibly in the future being able to apply for permanent residence, etc. And I said, well, you should already be looking at that. Almost to the point I've just landed and got off the ship. I should be putting together, and I know it's a call, so just give me 1 minute. But, it's a case of saying, I've got my folder, I'm making notes of where I'm involved in charities and how I'm making. These things should be happening, and I don't see all those things happening. Again, another reason for the backlog. Going straight to the caller. Go ahead, caller. Left. So yeah, I think that most Caymanians should walk away or will walk away saying, I think we're going to get a bit of the same thing. You're not going to get any changes in terms of the voluntarism that's happening on the board, etc. And you're just going to end up with a lot more people with a permanent residence.
The caller's back. Let's go to the phone lines. Hello, caller. You're on the air.
Hello, gentlemen. Good afternoon. How are you all doing?
Very well, thank you.
Ellio, Austin, and Mario. So he's talking about immigration, and maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm misunderstanding something. And on any country or island, immigration is one entity that's allowed to discriminate. Am I correct in saying that?
Well, I remember when I think Barnett Scotland was on the island years ago, when Barnett Scotland was the Minister for the Overseas Territories, and I think it was after the status fiasco, and we had the immigration discussion about how to reform things. And she came on a visit here, official visit. And one of the things she said...
Sorry, caller, I don't know if you've got your radio on or streaming is playing in the background, but we're hearing some playback.
No, I actually don't have anything playing in the background.
Oh, all right. Sorry, continue, Ms. Mario.
Okay, and she said that each country has the right to have a gatekeeper legislation. And immigration is one of those things that a country can have, that they can, as the caller mentioned, use it to promote and protect its own people. So there's no reason, and every other country in the world looks out for its people, so we shouldn't make excuses for it. What we have done, and I think, and I keep using the words, we want to have our cake and want to eat it too. We have to decide where we want to be in the next 20, 30, 50 years and put in place all of the elements that will drive that. And you guys know about that because you believe in long-term planning as well. And that is the crux of the matter right there, having a long-term proper plan.
So
and
in saying
that,
what
we're just sort of shooting in the dark.
In asking the question I asked, right? What I'm coming to is simply this. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm getting to is this. Is there anything that stops us as an island in immigration, work, whatever you want to call them at this point, that if somebody turns in for a work permit, okay, there's a question asked on the work permit, meaning, do you intend to make Cayman your home? And then if they answer the question, yes, then simple fact of the matter is they go into one category that we know where they stand and where they are. Simply means that we have to look out for that person wanting status here. And if they ask no, and they have 2 work permits, 3 work permits go through, and then all of a sudden they answer yes, then their ground zero start from then, right? So what stops us from putting something like that, which will eliminate, right, a whole bunch of applications of people just piling up? Because you already know who's looking to stay here and who isn't. And then if they are looking to stay here after a couple of permits, then the ground zero start from when they answer the question yes, right? And if that is put in place, then you eliminate a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Okay? Because you're eliminating, because some people just come here to work, and we have to face the facts that we do not produce enough Caymanians to fill every single job on this island. So yeah, we need work permit holders, right? Okay? So if people are just coming here to work, right, and don't ever intend to make this their home, and there's a lot of people that way, right? They come here to make money, send it back, and go back home. Now, if you separate those people, it makes people getting work permits, employers getting work permits through sooner. Then we have those in one category. We can figure out what Caymanians need, what jobs, and whatever the case may be. And the ones that intend to stay here, we put them in a different category. We know where they're at. And we know we have a criteria in place that they have to fit in order to fit into the Cayman Islands. And if you don't fit into that category, then you go home. Right? So I don't know why we are confusing and convoluting all this thing. When I look at it as a simple process, I think sometimes we sit down and we overthink things, right? Okay, and then nothing literally gets done.
Caller, I think you're right. You know, if I could speak to this.
No, absolutely.
Probably about 10 years ago, I did a paper that I styled a different category of permanent residency, and that was similar to what the caller is talking about, where once somebody get to the point of say within five years, they would decide whether they want to stay here or not, right? And then we could put in place a system where, and this was my suggestion, that they could sign a waiver to say, I do not intend to apply for Caymanian status. I only want to be here as long as I'm needed. I'm not keeping a Caymanian down, and I want to have security of tenure for 20 years or whatever, but they wouldn't have the right to Caymanian status. And I outlined in my paper the steps that could be done. Now, people like Ms. Sherry Cowan, Bodden Cowan, Sir Alden McLaughlin, Mr. Nick Joseph, and a couple of them say, oh, you can't do that because you got human rights issues and you're not going to be allowed to do that. And what if the people have children where you can do that? And I said, yeah, okay, those are issues. But those people have to decide that they're in a category where they don't have children or they've had children and they want to be able to stay here to work and have, they're essentially economic immigrants, right? But they voluntarily signed their right to not apply for status, because I tell you, if you speak to people who are non-Caymanians, I would think that probably 60% of those who are here now, they plan to retire in their home country. They're buying property, or they have property, or they got family there, and they intend to go back and retire and spend their golden years there. There's some wonderful ones that decide, oh, this is a good place, and they want to stay. But I tell you what, when you in Cayman and you don't have to be able to, you don't have family to support you when you get old, and also you have the cost of living and stuff, people are finding it a lot more practical to go back home. But the reason that they want to stay here to get PR and status, that's the only means of them staying, because other than that, there's no security of tenure. So my proposal, which I did a paper on and published it in the Caymanian Net News and Caymanian Times and maybe even the Compass for years now, was establishing a different category of PR. So we got to do something more creative that is legally defensible as well.
The reason I asked the first question was simple. The mere fact of the matter is immigrations all across the world is allowed to discriminate. That's why when you go through the airports, you get profiles, you get X, They're allowed to do it, right, to protect their borders. So immigration is allowed to discriminate against you in any country. That's their job, actually, right? Okay? So therefore, if that's their job, and that's what they're put there for, why aren't we doing it? We're tiptoeing around these issues, right? Which we shouldn't be. Right? Why are we? No other country really tiptoes around those issues. So why are we tiptoeing around these issues? And then we ended up, right? And another point of fact is simply this: as far as I know, right, as we talk about about jobs for Caymanians and how to find jobs and garbage and all this other stuff, right? So I'll venture to say this to you. When you turn in a work permit, there's one question asked for the permit holder: where do you reside? And then if you're renting a place, which most likely it is, you know, your landlord have to sign the papers, right? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
Saying that you live here. So you're going to tell me now, an advanced and first world country as we are, there's not a database put in place that you can look at a block and parcel number and see that 21 or 17 people living in a two-bedroom house? Right? Yeah. And if that is so, then it is ridiculous that we can't do that. And if we can do it, why isn't the fire department out there running those people out? Because it's against fire code, right? It's against other laws to do that, right? And remember this, you know, if they're living in places like that, those are the same people that are throwing garbage all over the place. Those are the same people that are going to eat the 2-inch fish, right? And stingrays and everything else, right? Okay? And then we have to also face the fact that you have some employers here that simply don't deserve to have a business. Meaning, by this, and I'll clarify what I'm saying and why I'm saying it, right? If you're having employees here not treating them well and not paying them a livable wage, right, and they cannot live here, it causes other issues for John Public, right?
Yes.
Which the government then have to pay for, as in clean up garbage, as in policing the beaches to make sure that X don't happen and blah, blah, blah. You go down the list of it, right? Right? Possible robberies and everything else. So why aren't we enforcing things like that? Okay? Right? Because we talk about minimum wage, but if we clamp down on those kind of issues, and if we say that those people are making $6 an hour, that's why they're living like that, and we clamp down on those issues, what do you think is going to happen? Employers are simply going to have to make a choice at that point. I'm going to have to pay these people more, run my business better, or maybe I just can't run a business, and who's running it properly will get the employees and employment and pay a livable wage.
All right.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, caller. Certainly do have provided food for thought. Any further responses, Mr. Mario, to the caller's remarks?
Well, all I would say to the caller, he made some good points, but it highlights that there's no plan, there's no commitment to this whole issue of immigration and a plan for the country. Now, simply having a white paper that suggests renaming the law from Immigration Transition Act 2022 to Caymanian Protection Act, the name is not going to do anything about it, not going to correct the problem. The actual substance is in the rules, the legislation, the people, the resources, the alignment of infrastructure and policies. But the name alone is just, it sounds good, but what does it do?
Sure, indeed.
Yeah.
You know, certainly I think we've settled on the fact that, you know, my colleague and I continue to say this, you know, the immigration law, like many laws, continue to be watered down. This whole term limit started at 7 years, but now we're close to 9 years, you know, nudging on the territory of the European Convention on Human Rights, maybe adding future problems to this list when we're trying to obviously fix some of the discrepancies. One writer says, just to your point on the different category of a work permit holder, it says, that's all well and good, but people, you know, people are people. They do change their minds. Some people come here, you know, after 1 year and say, well, you know, I don't plan on being in Cayman that long, but then they turn around, look around, they've been here for 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. You know, life changes as you go along. And it says life is what happens to you when you're busy making other plans. So there needs to be that sort of give and take. I think the writer is pointing out. But I think both arguments.
You can probably end up where you have something that allows a person to maybe make a transition in the process. So I want to ask the other question in terms of the change, which I think is very significant on permits with respect to everyone in terms of transitioning from one job to another, whether they're forced to transition or not, is going to have to get a 1 year break. And just before doing that, I think we can probably say that we are in agreement and hearing it from a professional here that the position on the rollover policy now being put at 9 years is that unless the government is going to make some substantive changes to the infrastructure, be it human resources and other technologies, then you're going to end up with an even greater backlog than what we have now, and you're probably going to most likely end up that more persons are going to be getting permanent residence in the future. So to the issue then about the 1 year in relation to persons who are working here on a work permit and now being required to go home. So I guess, first of all, I would ask you to just really expound exactly what it is requiring and then give us your comment on it.
Yeah, well, the white paper seeks to essentially establish a new requirement. As you all know, presently, when somebody's rolled over, right? That's it. They come to their term, their term limit expired. The rollover is affected by them being away from the island for 1 year. We know that. But what is proposed now is even if somebody is here 2 years or 3 years and they change jobs, they have to leave the island for 1 year before they come back to their new job. Now, essentially, if you take it to suggest that that 1 year break constitutes a new term limit each time, you really are resetting that person's term limit every time they go away for that year.
Yeah.
So is it that you're trying to prevent people job hopping from job to job, or are you trying to just make up double sure that they don't qualify to meet that term limit date because you're doing that continuous resetting of their term limit? So, but I think from a practical point of view, as an employer, as a business, to be able to sustain a 1 year break, to wait for somebody to come and take a job, or to say you have to leave and I can't get somebody else if the person is not here. I gotta also shop around. But it's not practical for people to have to leave the island for a year, because the other thing is that an employer is not going to offer someone a job and wait for a year for them to take it up. So I don't know what's the idea behind this 1 year break. If it is job hopping, there's a provision right now in the current Immigration Transition Act where a permit can be denied where there's evidence of job hopping. So that exists now, and once it's enforced, you can do that. You can do that now. But so this is one of these things. Yeah, one of these proposals in this white paper that, like you said, I'm totally flabbergasted by, because I don't see how it's practical, or I don't see the compelling case for it.
But again, I'm quite aligned with your thoughts, right? Because if you actually look at it and say, let's see what they're doing with rollover. Rollover, I'm extending the time that you can stay here. The inference clearly has to be you want to, at the minimum, allow persons to a better opportunity to get all their ducks in a row to apply and possibly be given permanent residency. And then we're also saying that the sheer lack of infrastructure will most likely guarantee that's going to happen. And it just seems, on the other hand, now to not line up with what's happening. You know, in other words, if you were saying, I'm taking a very strong Caymanian protection position, you should be seeing a certain logic, a certain direction in all these various provisions. And these two, for example, seems to be countering each other.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
At least from their peers, is that what it seems like to me.
Right.
And I don't even understand how that is going to be practical. How is it practicable that I'm now going to be given a job, but I have to go away for a year? I don't understand that. Yeah. And to your point, I would have thought immigration, and to the caller's point about discrimination, lawful discrimination, should be able to sit and say, you know, this is the third job you're moving to, and I have concerns.
Right.
You need to, you know, because these persons are being brought in to a specific companies because they have specific expertise, et cetera. They're not here.
Yes.
And so, yeah, the two does not jive to me. And to the caller's point, I think that
well, if I may interject, because I certainly have I have a different take on it. I do believe this amendment is aligning itself to prevent job hopping from a work permit holder. And the problem with job hopping, again, in this instance, a person works for Walkers today, tomorrow they can work for Maples, is that we already suspect, from an employer's perspective, that they have already picked a horse from the barn every time there's a vacancy in their employment ladder. And they know who they want to hire, and that person that they want to hire is rarely a Caymanian. But when we have a work permit holder that can hop from one job to the next, you are fundamentally ensuring, if not cementing, the fact that that position may very well never, ever be offered to a Caymanian. Now, what I propose is, and first of all, in terms of holding the company hostage for a year, I heard Cayman Finance's argument on this. The changes do not prevent a company from getting rid of a Mario Ebanks and replacing him with an Austin Harris. Just, you can go out and get another foreigner, another work permit holder, look just like the last one you got rid of, with the same set of skills, and put them in the position. It is only saying that you Mario Ebanks, first foreigner one, can't have that same position at another company because you want to create opportunities for Cayman upward mobility. Now, I'll take it a step further. If this requirement that said that work permit holder had to leave the island for 1 year, then they should also put in the provision placing the responsibility on the employer to identify a Caymanian in that firm that can fill his spot and or provide pathways for that Caymanian to become qualified in the spirit of what was the business staffing plan. You will recall that great notion that said every company says they want to have Caymanians, but they do not create pathways for Caymanians to move up the ranks, hence the reason of the whole glass ceiling initiative. If we take this approach by saying if you lose your job, you get fired from your job, whatever the reason is, not only do you have to leave the island for a year, but that firm has the obligation to identify a Caymanian in that firm, make sure there's a pathway for training for that Caymanian, and then we might see further Caymanian upward mobility throughout the industries. I mean, I don't know if that's too far-fetched or, too far-reaching, but certainly that's where my mind leads me.
Why couldn't the three of us be the SARS of this process and get it right?
Immigration almost in a week. For certain, that is no problem there. I agree with you there.
I mean, you're onto a good thing but right now, as I said, the law, the Immigration Transition Law Act 2022 and regulations have a provision where job hopping can cause the applicant, the employer or the employee to be penalized by not getting the permit granted. The other thing is that an employer has to give a release to an employee unless the employee can convince the immigration authorities or work authorities that he or she is being victimized, not being paid, and all that kind of stuff, and they can actually self-release, right? But an employer has to give a release, so you already have some protection in there to kind of mitigate this job hopping thing, right? But Austin, you're onto a good point also about business staffing plan and conditions.
Yes.
Austin Ellio. Because you put these conditions on there about training a Caymanian and doing a scholarship and on the job training, but who's monitoring that?
Quite right.
Yeah. Right?
Quite right.
Right?
We have a lot of window dressing as it relates to our immigration law. And again, we had the staffing plan, business staffing plan. Solid idea. Yeah. Because it was identified as necessary to address the gaps that existed in the labor law / immigration law.
Right.
But then somewhere along the lines, we watered that down too by ignoring or not applying the aspects of that business staffing plan.
A lot of things aren't
which were
followed up or
intended
enforced.
to improve Caymanian upward mobility.
Yes.
Now, in terms of job hopping, and you talked about the section, I think you're referring to Immigration Section 50. And again, this issue is not new. Going back to 2015, it was in the then Legislative Assembly, a private member's motion was moved by then member for Northside, Ezra Miller, who wanted to address the issue of work permit holders job hopping while still being employed by a company without a release letter. And in that debate, which again I believe was accepted by the House, so much so that the Deputy Governor, Franz Manderson, at the time went on to state that this was never the intention of the immigration law, to allow a work permit holder to job hop. It was never the intention. That's the reason why the protocols were put in place, why Immigration Section 50 was made available. Now, Ezra argued, and I don't know this to be a fact or not, that Section 50 was one of those, instead of saying shall be, may be, so it was made an optional choice for employers and, of course, the work permit boards to recognize whether or not, there might be a reason why a work permit holder would be justified to, a job hop, but there are other situations where it is not justified, and that's where that discriminatory versus, mandatory nature really plays a role. And again, we introduce a labor law to ensure that there is protection for the local populace. And again, this is not a phenomenon that's unique to Cayman. U.S. has it. It's, your MAGA, Make America Great Again. We talk about Brexit. It was the basis of Brexit in Europe, the UK separation from the European Union, because resident Brits thought the same way Caymanians feel today, that work permit holders, expatriates, European Union members are coming and taking all the good jobs away from our citizens. So this discussion is not a unique problem for Cayman. It's a global phenomenon. But certainly to the caller's points and, perhaps some of our previous attempts, instead of watering down,
yes,
it's enforcing what we have.
Exactly. Yes. And the three of us are not going to get lost in the noise of things. We're going to look at the facts, right? And
Absolutely.
And the facts mean that we have to look at, as you said, what is it we're trying to achieve? Because Brexit seemed to be a good idea as well until reality hit.
Yes.
And you realize, oh my God, what have we done?
What have we done?
Well, I mean, in the absence of having specific cliff notes or whatever one wants to call it, appended to these things that says, here is what the government's trying to achieve. I'm going to infer we don't necessarily have that.
We don't.
Right. So again, this is where I go back and say, if we look at the issue with the rollover, one has to infer, the legal term sense to say a man is deemed to have intended all the consequences of his actions. So we assume that these persons are intelligent, and that provision tells me that you are intending to make it easier for persons to get the permanent residence and give them more time to get their ducks in a row. And the infrastructure of the lot thereof also says that. So when I look at the 1 year rollover, even if you're here for 3 years and you intend to transition, you're forced to go home for 1 year. Well, yeah, you can say, well, that's going to make it that the person can't just transition and get less job hopping. But it doesn't match up with what I'm seeing on the permanent residency side. And then on the other hand, well, what is that going to do?
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowing immigration to be able to look at each case on an individual basis and say, I'll allow this one. So are you now not going to end up, whether it's financial services or otherwise, getting even more foreigners coming to the country because the transitions are not allowed? So in other words, if we had a Mario who was on a permit, well, the transition could take place, and it might be that the particular company that you're in is downsizing. And now you're going to transition over to me. And therefore, but in the absence of that being able to happen, well, you're going to stay there another year or whatever, however long you can stay there, you can try to do it because you can't transition. And I'm just going to bring in another worker. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure where they're going with it. I mean, on the surface, yes, I would like to think positive and say, yes, it's to stop the job hopping. But to your point, if it is just job hopping, I think immigration has the power to deal with that right now. On every transition that's going to take place, immigration has to attend to it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I said earlier, I think, and this is my personal view again, I think the government, this government, almost insulted all of us by bringing this white paper in at this stage with such a short fuse on the response and no discussion on such an important issue. Yeah. And I hope that they don't get lost in this whole process now and get forgotten about again, because it's so important. And discussions like what we're having here, and hopefully a lot of people, or thousands of people, listen to us on the radio and getting to understand the issue, will put some pressure on all the 59 candidates for the election and whoever gets elected to make immigration reform a priority for the first year of the new government. Because if you don't get that right,
yes,
all the other parts are going to hit the ground like tons of bricks.
Whether intended or not, that's one of the positive things that I see what's happening here. Again, whether it's intended, I don't know. But the fact that this government really cannot possibly deal with this at this point. So we know it's going to be the government of the future. To me, it gives us all this time, and I think we're taking advantage of that now. More time to be able to ventilate this issue, educate the public, and continue the dialogue. Hopefully, as you're getting with the new government, you can get some good provisions put in there.
No, indeed. Of course, that is dependent on the new government accepting what has already started as fuel to push this conversation forward. But what we've seen, whenever there's a change of government, and again, I don't like it, I didn't invent it, but whenever there's a new government, they squash what was put in place by the previous, and then they redo it, whether they rebrand it the exact same thing, but they put their stamp on it versus the previous administration, and we lose this valuable time and discourse as a result.
That tends to happen too. But again, the good thing here is that this is so much in the rough that, again, any government coming in can sit and say, and I think it'll be educational forums like this that's going to continue to get it going, so that any government coming in is going to say it is an issue that needs to be addressed.
Yes.
And we've gotten all sorts of input, and I've been listening to it personally as well as things in writing, and something positive can happen. I remain optimistic.
Well, one writer to WhatsApp says, well, if it's a question of failing to enforce immigration law, we have a penal code, 2022, Section 121, disobedience to lawful duty reads, a person who willfully disobeys any law by doing any act which such law forbids, or by omitting to do any act which such law requires to be done, and which concerns the public or any other part of the public, commits an offense. And unless the law provides, some other penalty is liable to imprisonment for 2 years. So again, whilst I take on board the penal code, and obviously it is also another law, it's just another example of we have laws to protect against disobeying existing laws, but we ignore that law as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of selective enforcement. Again, on the issue about key employee, and I know that, that area or business staffing plan is something that applies really to certain the size of the companies and stuff.
15 or more work permits. Yeah.
Right. But I also know personal cases where, again, immigration has come in and dealt with, persons who have made even a simple title change.
Yes.
I've seen the enforcement, and I'm proud of that. That's good. Yeah. And again, this is why I'm saying, I know I'm beating a dead horse now, but I really not 100% sure what's her real intention behind the 1 year break. Because if it is the case, I mean, I think that you just need to beef up whatever immigration already has.
Right.
Maybe you need two more boots on the ground.
Maybe.
Or whatever it is. I'm not sure the 1 year thing is going anywhere.
Well, one of your favorite legal minds has shared a voice note to us.
Okay,
you'll
great.
recognize
okay,
when
well,
I
great.
play it. So let's go to it.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Good evening, Austin, Ellio, and Mario.
Good evening.
I will be quick. This is something I wish I could come on your show and discuss it, because a lot of the nonsense that is spoken about is about legalities. First of all, there is no political will for immigration reform in the Cayman Islands. That's the problem. If you do three things, they can solve 50% of the problems. One, jobs for Caymanians only, which Ellio has been advocating for a long time. Then change one section in the immigration law, Regulation 6, to say that there shall be a succession plan rather than there may be a succession plan when you are applying for a permit. Yep. Change Section 26 and 41 of the Public Service Management Law so that they make it clear that you have to give a job to a Caymanian if they qualify, rather than saying, well, if their qualifications are roughly on the same level, only then do you give it to a Caymanian. Mm-hmm. That doesn't give you any advantage. Right. And then you see rollover was announced 20 years ago. They said we are going to introduce it in government. Due to these puppeteers in the private sector, they control the government, and it was never introduced. And where are we now today? We are now talking also about people having to they can apply for work permits and sign a declaration to say they are not going to apply for permanent residence. But this had happened in relation to the TLEPs. And what happened? The PPM came in and said, well, we can abrogate that, and the Attorney General changed his legal opinion, and they were able to apply for permanent residence. So at the end of the day, it is because there is no political will, and that is what has to be addressed. All this talk about legalities is nonsense, because if I had time, I can explain to you how even that is not actually correct, regardless of the source of the lawyers who are telling you that. I thank you very much, and I'm very strong about this immigration issue, because one of the people who tried to complicate my life as a foreigner in the portfolio of legal affairs, they are status holders, because they are the ones now who are in charge. You as Caymanians, I'm sorry to say, you are not in charge anymore. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think that part is painfully obvious. We are not in charge anymore. And to make matters worse, again, when we used to be, look at the population, demographics. We're now in the minority, which is equally as troubling.
I wanted to say that I was seeing some responses on the YouTube. Again, someone was saying that the topic is overwhelming. We need town hall meetings as soon as we have our new representatives in immigration. And then someone else was saying, desperately needed topic, can't be covered in one evening. Can you run this topic for at least a week? Definitely. At least 1 week. And again, I will state in the spirit of transparency that my colleague and I, and of course even joined chorus with Mr. Mario Ebanks, saying that, yeah, it definitely can't happen in one day. No. We're just touching on some of these issues and working to educate the populace.
Absolutely. We do have a caller on the line. Let's see if we can go to the phone lines. Nope, didn't decide to stick around. A writer to WhatsApp says, in the construction industry, job hopping is a free-for-all with work permit holders, even undertaking contract jobs on their own, putting Caymanians out of work. I pray to God this can come to an end at some point. So, again, we see it happening. Whilst there may be provisions within the immigration law to prevent it, the fox is in charge of the hen house, really, and nobody is watching the eggs.
That's true. Well put. At one point, the construction industry, when they had a proper association, they used to share workers, right? So if one company was not busy, they were able to share them, but it was done in an organized fashion where Caymanians were not being disenfranchised.
Right.
Now it's like you say, it's a free for all where there's no control. It's a market, crazy market.
Indeed. We have a caller back on the line. Let's see if we can grab the call. Good evening, caller. You're on the air.
Yes, sir. Good evening to both yourself and Ellio and Mario.
Good evening. Thank you for your call.
Good evening.
Yeah, your previous message from a well-renowned caller indicated that there ain't no political will to make the changes needed in immigration. And I dare say that I believe that is the case because it is influenced by what I term big business. My suspicion, the Chamber of Commerce, I remember when we were debating what the minimum wage should be, that particular wage was significantly influenced on that area. And I'm wondering what y'all think about if there ain't no political will and having these discussions significantly influenced by big business, or how do the people who is largely affected by indecision in this area go about addressing it?
I thank you for that call, and let's respond. I mean,
I definitely have my share of comments.
I believe very, very simply, it is dependent on conversations like the ones we're trying to have now.
True.
We talk about why straight talk now, and we've said it before. We believe there has been an absence of this kind of high-level national discussion on the issues that truly matter. There are lots of discussions about personalities, attacking this personality, attacking that one, tearing this one down. We have a lot of examples of that, certainly in the last 4 years, that says that's what we're talking about, but nobody is talking about the issues. So if there is no political will in any of these directions, then it is up to members of the public through forums like this so we can agitate for that kind of change. And if that agitation gains momentum, then what is the one thing politicians listen to regardless whether they want to or not? Voters.
Yes.
Well, I want to say that from time I was on the Rooster many moons ago, I take a very somewhat simplistic approach when it comes to the running of a country, and in many instances, and that's where I talked about the family unit, for example. And as oversimplified as that may seem, I think it is effective in my opinion. If you have a small company, what you're going to do is you're going to have to hire a certain amount of employees, and let's say that's a electrical company. And you might very well find that, you started off, it's the family working, and there's certain expertise that you do not have. And the natural things to do is, well, okay, can I train up the individuals that I have? Or is it a case that I don't have the time because I have a big project now and I need to bring in 2 people to fulfill that project? Well, even if you're bringing those 2 people in, as a responsible company, you say, I'd have to bring these 2 persons in, I have a big contract, we just don't have the resources and the skills. But good business sense would say, I'm going to see if I can either get these 2 persons to stay in-house, or I'm going to get people trained up in-house for the next big project. I'm not going to have this problem. And it's a simplified view, but I think it's a very important view for how we run the country. And this is where, again, I talked about things for jobs for Caymanians only, because unless sometimes people are somewhat forced to do something, they're always going to find a way. I mean, why am I going to spend the time to train Mario as a Caymanian when I can just bring someone in? And especially if I can just bring them in and they're cheaper. And it's not because I don't have the time or the resources to train Mario, but because I have an easier route. And as they say, like water and electricity always takes the path of least resistance, so does the corrupt man or business. So you need to put certain things in place, and I see governments that just don't do that. I mean, if you look at the financial services, I have been told by countless persons, they are outsourcing hundreds, if not thousands of jobs right now that are going to India and everywhere else. And nobody knows or nobody's doing anything about even trying to bring some of those jobs home, you know? And so there's a lot of issues that have to be addressed. So to the caller's point, 100%, I think that for quite a long time, we don't have the politicians that have the real will and intestinal fortitude to really want to address immigration issues head on. Yes. And it sounds like I'm touting and blowing my own horn, but I'm not. I wish I could be pointing it to somebody else. It would give me great pleasure to point to someone else. You can't tell me that we can now have in our immigration law or act, which is probably appropriate because we're probably doing a lot of acting and no law. But the thing of it is that you can't tell me that you have a provision that allows jobs for Caymanians only, but not even a garbage man or a receptionist or definitely not a president of a bank. Nothing is earmarked yet.
Yes, yeah. You know, while you're reflecting on, right, the three of us have been bold enough, you have both have been bold enough when you're MPs to deal with the issue of immigration and try to bring about some kind of reform, right? When I was and to answer that caller's question, there's really no championing immigration reform, human capital development, labor reform. You guys tried to do it, I've tried to do it. When I was at university in Miami in 83 to 86, I even started to write letters to the newspaper back then about the same issue. When I finished and graduated, I came back in 1986. I was a founder of an organization called Overseas Students Association because I could see that Caymanian students going overseas didn't have the kind of network and the support that they had as students going overseas, right? Then then later on in life, I went to started the HR Society because I saw that not enough Caymanian HR professionals were assembled and working together, and so. But what I find the three of us is that people like us is that we have the passion for it. But I wrote a book. I wrote a chapter in this book, Roy Borden book, Cayman History, Politics, and Society. And in a chapter here, chapter 19, that I outlined what I see as some of the vision for reform of immigration and human capital. Mm-hmm. And I would submit to the three of us and others out there who really want to work, as Winston Churchill said, we must not surrender. We fight them on the beach, we fight them on the highways, we fight them on the hills. We shall never surrender. Because this immigration reform is our guiding light, and we have to do it. Cayman is fortunate to be a melting pot of so many nationalities, and we're still one of the best places in the world to live. But the young people who are coming up behind us are not going to tolerate what we have tolerated. No. So we have to deal with this problem now, very soon.
Absolutely. Well, it is 5:58, giving us about 55 seconds before we have to pause and take a short commercial break, check in with the BBC News. We had one caller calling in a little while ago, but we simply just, a short period of time, let me encourage them to call in at 6:06, which is when we will return. The phone lines will remain open, 745-2626, or if talking isn't your thing, you can send us a voice note by dialing 928-2562 on WhatsApp, or by sending us a traditional WhatsApp message. But we are chatting with Mr. Mario Ebanks, and we are trying to take a deeper dive into the Immigration Transition Act 2022 white paper, see what the justifications are, what the reasons are, and hopefully encouraging the next administration to pick it up after April 30th. Keep it locked. There'll be more Straight Talk to come.
If you care about your car's performance and fuel economy, you'll want to fill up with Pure 93 at Rubis. Pure 93 is the highest pure octane fuel in Cayman and will protect against engine knock, restore its power, keep your engine clean, and will even reduce maintenance expenses while meeting international performance requirements for your car. Come fuel the difference with Pure 93. Exclusively available at Rubis service stations.
The BBC's From Our Own Correspondent.
In today's Russia, no one is allowed anywhere near the political stage if they pose a serious challenge to Vladimir Putin.
Stories and reflections from our reporters around the world.
There is a major sense of insecurity here.
More people are coming in from Sudan every day. From Our Own Correspondent from the BBC.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
How can we understand the world better?
The BBC World Service is a window onto the wider world.
A vantage point from which to survey a new horizon.
News, reports, and analysis from around the world.
Stories we think matter.
Different people from different societies.
We get to the heart of global issues.
News, stories, and global perspectives from the BBC World Service.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
The BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
The BBC World Service makes programs with a uniquely global perspective.
Enlighten us. Where do we start?
The latest world news and current affairs.
The very best in global arts and culture.
What has been happening on the financial markets today?
Social issues, political stories.
Everything was there in a way that I never heard before.
The BBC World Service.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
BBC News, hello, I'm Eileen McHugh. President Trump has suspended most of the tariffs he imposed on Mexico and some on Canada a day after they came into effect. The pause will last a month. Erin Delmore reports.
This exemption covers around 50% of Mexican imports and around 38% of Canadian imports. The pause extends until the 2nd of April. Earlier this week, Mr. Trump announced 25% import taxes on all Mexican and Canadian goods and services, then granted an exemption to car manufacturers. Both countries are among the U.S.'s top 3 trading partners, along with China, which did not receive any exemptions from tariffs that doubled to 20% earlier this week.
European Union leaders have agreed to spend more on bolstering the bloc's defences. They welcomed Ukraine's President Zelensky to their crisis talks in Brussels with a statement that both Russia and its ally Belarus posed a threat and the EU's eastern border needed strengthening. Katia Adler sent us this report from Brussels.
What we have seen here tonight is something exceptional. The EU is talking about generating hundreds of billions of euros for defence, and it includes countries like Germany, normally so debt shy, encouraging taking on loans for defence. But what this meeting is not about was these leaders thumbing their nose at Washington and saying to Donald Trump, we don't need you anymore, either in Ukraine or more broadly in Europe. In fact, they're hoping the opposite. By taking more responsibility for Europe's defence, they hope to persuade Washington to keep its capabilities and its know-how in Europe.
In his first audio message since being hospitalised, Pope Francis has thanked those who have been praying for his recovery. He's been in hospital for nearly 3 weeks with double pneumonia. In the brief message, the Pope sounds breathless as he thanks well-wishers from the bottom of his heart. Earlier, the Holy See said the 88-year-old remained stable and had not had any further respiratory crisis. The next medical update is due on Saturday. Sudan has taken the United Arab Emirates to the International Court of Justice, accusing it of supporting the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces in the civil war. Khartoum claims the UAE is helping the genocide of the Masalik community in West Darfur. Anna Holligan reports.
Khartoum accuses the UAE of fueling a rebellion and of being complicit in a genocide targeting non-Arab groups in Darfur by providing military, financial and political support to the RSF militia. The UAE called the case a cynical publicity stunt and plans to ask the UN's highest court to dismiss Sudan's request for the judges to order provisional measures. Since the conflict erupted almost 2 years ago, both the RSF and the Sudanese army have been accused of committing atrocities.
This is the World News from the BBC. Clashes have taken place in Syria's coastal province of Latakia between troops controlled by the new Islamist government in Damascus and fighters loyal to the ousted President Bashar al-Assad. Syrian state media say at least 13 government soldiers were killed in heavy fighting, and Latakia is now under curfew. A Britain-based monitoring group says 28 fighters loyal to the Assad regime have died. The attacks are some of the fiercest on government forces since the fall of the Assad regime in December. Hamas has warned that any Israeli military escalation in Gaza will probably lead to the killing of some hostages. A spokesman said Israeli threats of war and blockade would not secure further releases, but he said the group was still committed to abiding by the ceasefire. Despite the truce, the Israeli military said it had carried out a drone strike in the east of Gaza City, targeting a group trying to plant a bomb near its troops. The United States has offered a $10 million reward for a Canadian former Olympic snowboarder who's wanted on charges of drug trafficking and murder. The FBI said Ryan Wedding had gone from shredding powder on the slopes to distributing powder cocaine in US and Canadian cities. A lunar lander built by a private US firm has touched down on the moon. However, the CEO of Intuitive Machines, Steve Altemus, says the vehicle is not in the right position.
We don't believe we're in the correct attitude on the surface of the moon. I don't have all the data yet to say exactly what the attitude of the vehicle is. We're collecting photos now, and we'll confirm that over the coming days.
Mr. Altemus said this could limit the mission due to suboptimal power generation. However, NASA says the six-legged device is sending back data. The lander, called Athena, is carrying 3 rovers and a hopping drone, which are meant to investigate a crater that never sees sunlight. BBC News.
The views and opinions expressed on Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio do not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Stingray Media, its staff, or contributors. Callers to the program accept full responsibility for the views expressed. The show host and affiliates are not liable for any statements made or any harm claimed. All callers to the program indemnify Straight Talk from all claims. Offensive, defamatory, or unlawful content will not be tolerated. Be a part of the conversation by calling 745-2626. Now, here's Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio on Bobo 103.1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Kim and Crosstalk with your host Austin Harris and myself, Ellio Solomon, right here on Straight Talk, Bobo FM, on your radio dial 103.1. If you want to join the conversation, the number here in the studio is 745-2626. That's 745-2626. And of course, we are chatting this evening with Mr. Mario Ebanks on Immigration Transition Act. How appropriate.
Yes.
So I wanted to say, gentlemen, just before we went from the break, I want, amongst other things, one of the things I was talking about is this family unit kind of look at this whole immigration policy. And I want to say something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's important to understand that if you go back to Cayman, way back from the beginning, if you like, and somebody had to bring in the first foreigner, the first permit,
mm-hmm.
perhaps gives us a better example, but I've seen this whether it be in government or in the private sector, and let's be clear about it, in many instances, not necessarily all, but in a lot of instances, whether it's the foreign national in charge or if it's the local, our own Caymanians, the foreign nationals were used as pawns, right? Because at the end of the day, in protecting my seat, protecting his seat, it's a matter of saying I can control the foreigners. I can get rid of them when I want. What I can't get rid of is Austin. I can't get rid of Mario.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And just to protect their own chairs, that's what they've done. In many of those instances. And I don't think a lot has changed.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say the same thing in sharing my stories and experiences as it relates to politics. In politics, it's only Caymanians can run. So you can't put a foreigner there. Because if you could put one of them there, they'd probably have them there too.
Yes.
But what they do now to replace the foreign thing is I have to surround myself with docility.
Mm-hmm.
Those who will just, sycophantic, kiss the bottom of this bottle, sir.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And this is what you get. And you're seeing it in the politics. You're just getting more and more watered down. It's like, you're going to be sewn at the bottom of the glass.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
I'm not saying we're at dregs yet.
No, but we're close to it.
We're short down, quickly approaching it, right?
I'll simply add to that, we've gotten used to mediocrity in this country, but we do have a caller on the line.
So the docility there, and it's a matter of self-protection with a lot of these permits, and it's something important variable to remember.
I think you make a valid point. Caller, you're on the air.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your call.
Thanks. A couple of things is on the definition of Caymanian. The concepts that currently exist in the law are Caymanian by right, and Caymanian by grant, broadly speaking. And those distinctions, each of those categories of Caymanian status have different rights attached to them. Now, one of the things that I heard being said was that should be called, that the by right should be called generational Caymanian, and the by grant should be called Caymanian status. Now, I don't agree with those terms, because it gives the impression that generational Caymanian is not a category of Caymanian status, which is inaccurate. What I would propose for terms would be, for those by right, you would call them Caymanian, and the by grant, new Caymanian, to give definition and a distinction between the rights that are attached, and that would make it simpler to write legislation going forward about this very important topic. Now, I agree with some of the sentiments about there not being a will to really address this issue properly. And it's one of the reasons that I sort of discarded this whole request for our input on the subject when it first came out, because what it's really in effect doing is running out the clock on the 28-day consultation period, so that when a new government comes in, or perhaps the same players thinking that they will retain power get back in, they can just move ahead and do as they see fit without further consultation, which I think is disingenuous to be the kindest. I don't think that 28-day period should be running. It should be started over, because this subject is too important for us to be playing games with.
Hear, hear.
I'd like to hear what you have to say about my comments.
Sure, absolutely. Mario, an opportunity to respond.
Yes, I agree with the caller. It's too much of an important topic to be playing games with, and it should not just be put on the back burner or something that is just get relegated to a short discussion period. What I find also insulting, personally, is that we would have a referendum dealing with decriminalizing marijuana and introducing or getting consent for gambling, and not discuss the issue of population sustainable limits and also development carrying capacity. Those big topics would have been better to have in a referendum, properly supported by education, than those two topics in particular. The cruise ship one is different, because that is a matter of substance, and that is something that you can get some facts around. But the two other topics, really, in its overall scheme of things, there's no priority over immigration reform and a long-term development plan for a sustainable Cayman Islands, recognizing our carrying capacity. So I agree with the caller.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to change the subject, but since you mention it, I want to say that the problem with the question regarding the cruise port is it doesn't say whether it should be built out of 2x4, and it doesn't say where it should be built. And so I think that vagueness is unfortunate.
All right. Caller, thank you. I ask you to leave us there. Appreciate it. I would just say, to your point in terms of, why is the whole sustainable development question not added to the referendum question? I think the government is still hoping to have that question answered by the whole development plan and the whole development plan exercise. But again, like the immigration reform left until the 11th hour, the government has had 4 years in which to continue that development plan exercise started by the previous administration, which just simply sought to break it down into 3 different bite-sized categories, since we have a problem taking it all on board at once. But again, they left that by the wayside as well. So it seems like a lot of forward progress will wait until the next administration.
You know, the only thing I'm going to say, and again, I say in defense of politics, I mean, in fairness to any government, and in a person, I try to do my best to look at everyone, as they say, innocent until proven guilty. You know, let's look and try to see what the intentions were. So, for example, when I read through this particular piece of proposed legislation, I'm trying to capture what I believe is the spirit and intentions of those particular things in the absence of Hansards or Cliff Notes or something. Yeah. And in this particular case, if I look at the government in their defense with bringing this and the referendum, I mean, I think we have to be fair that I think in the last 4 years we didn't have one government. We probably had about 3 going on 4.
Yeah, at least 3. You're right.
And you would have had a core group of players that probably said, hey, we've been trying to resolve these issues for the last 4 years. Yes. But at the minimum, what do? Do you just completely bury it, or do you say, no, let's give it some sense of air, right? Yeah. Let's get something out to the public. And so in their defense, that would be my position.
No, and I think to your point, I think the general consensus, let me just jump in, because I think you're absolutely right. Members of the public and the feedback that I've heard has said, boy, can you imagine if this government, who had sought to introduce these significant conversations in the 11th hour period, had started with these issues, how much further ahead we would have been. Amen. So to your point, maybe the reason why you couldn't get a unanimous agreement on what are the priorities was perhaps, again, a byproduct of why we've had 3 governments.
Yeah, and
there was no unity.
And I have my own opinions in terms of what causes a lot of, the back and forth and the governments falling apart. But I can only try to put myself in somebody's shoes and give them a fair opportunity and say, if it was Mario there, if I'm looking at Mario right now and he's been there for 4 years and struggling, he's been trying to get some of the things that you're talking about right now. If it doesn't happen, at the minimum, he would want to push it out there. Say, here's what I've been trying to get to you.
Right.
You know? Yes. And I want to give that level of fairness to the government. And of course, my friend had to bring up the cruise thing. And I'm not going to let it pass. Sorry. Can't let it pass today. But again,
I wouldn't expect you to.
Please bear in mind, because this is important. The PPM, the progressives, brought a very detailed plan. Whether you like the plan or not, there was a detailed plan. And what all of those things, and there was a plan before that as well.
Yes.
And we've already went through at least two environmental impact studies. And again, bear in mind, the Royal, we paid $2 to $4 million for those, okay? And the last thing I think we need now is another plan where we can nitpick on, well, I don't think it should be 2 feet thick. It should probably be 18 inches. We don't need that. What we need is somebody, let's cut the argument. Let's just first agree that the church wants a bus. Do we want a bus? Do we feel the congregation is growing big enough to get a bus? Because I know what's going to happen. We're going to fight over whether it should have 4 wheels, 6 wheels, 8 wheels, 14 seats, 25 seats, or whether it should be running on diesel or gasoline, or it should be a hybrid.
And that's before we get to the color.
Right, and we'll never get it resolved. So again, I'm going to give kudos to the government for bringing a referendum. And I know that at least 2 of these questions were in the referendum, or proposed referendum, based on the information we hear in the parliament for at least 2 years ago.
Yes.
And nothing happened.
Quite right.
So I'm not going to beat the present UPM up for finally bringing it forward, giving it some air, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to say that in defense of cruise tourism and in defense of the government.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Mario, we got about 10 minutes, 40 seconds left. And we said if we had the time, we would address the whole right to be Caymanian aspect. And I want to pick up on that if unless you have a comment you want to make to my colleague or the caller. Statements.
I just want to say that to your point, Austin, about the development plan, is that your government, the PPM government, you demanded office in 2021, had started a national plan. That's what it was called Plan Cayman, or whatever called, right?
That's right.
But they were starting to do that, to get that done. Yeah. The government, the PAC government came in 2021, and they paused it. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
For the longest time, nothing happened. Now they put it about a year and a half ago. They brought out this plan that they say is going to be, you're going to separate the 3 islands into 11 zones, or 11 areas, and each area will take 6 months to do. So you're talking about 5.5 years to get a plan done.
That's another political administration gone and still no
decision. Right? So There you go. So it's almost like by design that these things get kicked down the road without getting resolved.
Sure.
So I just think that we need to get serious about these topics, and so I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, well, somebody gave us a microphone, and the fact that you decided not to run anymore, so that means that microphone is going to be, at least earmarked for you to come back and engage these topics.
I'm happy to.
But let's talk about the right to be Caymanian. The caller and you made a very valuable statement, but let's take the last caller. At present, we have two categories of right to be Caymanian. Caymanian by right or Caymanian by grant. This white paper seems, and again, I don't want to be overly critical, but it appears to me that we introduced a white paper without reading the principal law, because they have three categories, and the first two categories are Caymanian by right or Caymanian by entitlement. Again, the principal law lists entitlement and right to mean the exact same thing. But under this white paper, the Caymanian by right would change to native Caymanian.
Yeah.
The Caymanian by entitlement would be, guys, we don't like the word entitlement, would be Caymanian by dependency. And then, of course, we'll have finally Caymanian by grant. Aside from changing the time periods in which a person would qualify to even begin to make this application, I think for persons wanting to be to get Cayman status, has moved from 15 years to 20 years. So you've got to be ordinarily resident in this country for 5 more years, 20 years as opposed to 15. And if you want to be further naturalized, you have to be here for 10 years versus 5 years, as the case may be. But aside from that timeline, what are your thoughts on the prescribed changes? I think you suggested quite rightly at the very beginning of this conversation, simply changing the name of the law from immigration transition to Caymanian protection does not really change the fundamental issues that are failing to be addressed.
Yeah. Austin, I think you're right. I think they're rebranding it. I mean, even the white paper on page 7 says that they're rebranding certain terms, right? And you just mentioned what that rebranding is. But I think that we have to have a proper conversation about what is it that we're trying to achieve and how we're going to go about doing it.
Yeah.
And I think that's why discussions such as this, and discussions I hope are going to take place throughout these islands after the election on this very, very important topic, is given a priority because it is so, so important. So I think that the 15 to 20 years move is on its own is a good thing, but how practical is it? Are they going to be caught out by the fact of having the PR thing potentially get caught up in the mud and delays and not getting to the point of getting the PR sorted out, and so you're going to end up forcing this thing beyond the ability of the existing infrastructure, the boards and whoever, to be able to give it a proper consideration. And so I think there's still a lot of belts and braces to be done on this, to put in place the rules and how it's to be applied. I know it's just a white paper, but I don't know who wrote the white paper, and was it a task force or whatever, and what was the plan in terms of really getting some feedback and discussion going, other than what you all are doing with this program and a few other organizations. I know the Chamber of Commerce is doing a survey as well. I'm not sure when that's going to come out or how instructive it's going to be. But immigration is critical for us as a service economy, as a country that doesn't export hard goods, but we export services and skills. So getting immigration right is important. When I was deputy chairman of the Business Staffing Plan Board in 2005 to 2009, we introduced something called a concept called the Employer Accreditation System. Yeah. And that was meant to be a system that kind of built upon the business staffing plan conditions, but also it was kind of laying out the red carpet for organizations to say, if you do certain things, yes, such as training of Caymanians, yes, succession planning and all that, you'll get red carpet treatment with getting your permits processed on a timely basis, and you'll be in a special category. But you had to earn that.
Yes.
That's been kicked down the road so many times since 2005, 2009, and it's such a good concept. I have it here, my bundle of paper that I brought, yes, but it's just collecting dust somewhere.
So to your point, I mean, I remember those proposals, and we often say not every company is created equal.
Right.
There are companies out there that are providing both scholarships and upward mobility.
Yeah.
And again, I'll pick one out of the air because we see them all the time, and they're a huge company, Maples.
Yeah.
Maples does a fantastic job in contributing to, grassroots charity initiatives. They do a fantastic job with making, training opportunities and scholarships available to, out-of-school leavers. And their pathways to success for adding Caymanian partners, I think the last tranche, they added 2 women partners, So again, in terms of what's the word? There's a word for it now in HR when you're balancing men and women.
Gender equality.
Gender equality. Thank you very much. I mean, they've been leading the way in these things. So to your point, those companies that can, represent some unification of what we're trying to do with immigration and labor and workforce development and what you're doing, obviously, as the key employer aspect, if we can align those views, then sure, you'll get a red carpet treatment because we recognize the contributions of work permit holders. We recognize there aren't enough Caymanians. But yes, you have to earn that right. And that part seems to be, to your point, lost in translation. Ellio?
Well, I'm not necessarily in disagreement with anything either you have said. My mind was reflecting on your earlier comments and wanting to point out that a lot of times why we don't see a lot of movement in governments, and I keep saying this because I mentioned a statement a couple of days ago, you can't have corrupt politicians unless you've got members of the public that are corrupt. It's just straight up, right? How can you have a society that's just all born again Christians, they're 100% Christians, and then you have corrupt politicians? It's not going to happen, right? Because who's helping to take the money and giving it back to the politicians, okay? And in the same way, I'm just going to end by saying one of the biggest reasons we don't get any progress when it comes to the politics is because we vote for people that are people pleasers. We vote for people that tell us what we want to hear and nice and attend funerals and weddings, and going in parliament and not getting anything done is actually a political advantage. We punish people who get things done.
Yes.
Because when you get things done, when you get the person in the room that's going to make a decision, well, you're going to have in that room of 100 people, some want a car red, some want a blue, some want a green, and the moment you choose one color, you've peed off everyone else, okay? So doers always are punished. And the person who does make progress is the person who looks at the individuals that want it red and say, hey, you got a good point.
Yeah.
And then looks at the person that wants it blue, damn meritorious comments.
Yes, quite
the
right.
person who wanted green.
Trying to
Why
please
didn't
everybody.
I think of that?
Why didn't I
And
think
now
of
the
that?
red, blue, and the green people like him, but God bless the person who chose blue.
Indeed.
He lost the green and the red right now.
Well, Mr. Mario, we have 1 minute 45 left in our program. I want to give you an opportunity for some closing comments, and then, of course, to bring our discussion to an end.
I just think that this is just the beginning. This is not the beginning of the end, but this is the beginning of a great discussion on this very important topic. And I'm glad that you guys, having your vantage point, can lead it because it is crucial to our future. I'm happy to be a part of it. I'll come back anytime that I can, that you invite me. And I want to just encourage people, if they can pick up a copy of that book. I don't get a commission for it or any royalties, but it's at a bookstore in the Thompson building in town called More Than Words. And it's only like $25 for it. It's an excellent discussion about reform to immigration and labor and human capital development. But I thank the listeners, and I thank you for the opportunity. And I think we have a great country here. Let's work together, all of us. Brain power and intellectual capital working together. There's nothing that we cannot do.
Absolutely. Well, we certainly will echo those sentiments. And to the listening audience, certainly thank you for those persons who called in, those persons on WhatsApp who made a contribution, obviously persons taking ownership of these issues, which is really, we couldn't ask for anything better. Tomorrow is Friday, isn't it, with a short week? They'll make sure tomorrow's Friday. We don't have any guests lined up for tomorrow, so certainly if you have a comment on this or any discussion we've had this week but didn't get through, we encourage you to give us a call tomorrow and be a part of our open
voice
mic.
messages are working great.
Voice messages are working fantastic, so we have some options. But that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you for tuning in, and be sure to catch Straight Talk right here on Bobo FM tomorrow.
The BBC on Bobo. This is the BBC World